Councillor Jolly, can you hear me?
I can.
Awesome, thanks. I just wanted to test it out.
Are you guys in chambers?
Yeah.
I can hear it. Hey, Kevin.
Hello, how are you?
Good. How's the parking lot?
A little more snow in it today.
Yeah, that's kind of nice to see. We needed that.
Yeah, for
Makes
sure.
the cross country. Go ahead.
Nope, go ahead.
I was just gonna say it makes the cross country ski trails a lot less icy, so we'll take
Yeah, I'm
it.
sure. I'm sure.
Hey, Jackie.
Hey, Natalie.
Your hair is fancy today.
Yeah, I curled it up a little bit.
I like it.
It's getting long. It needs a trim, actually, but
Yeah, same as all of us.
yeah. Hi, Wes.
Good afternoon. Hello? Oh, shoot.
Hello.
You still there?
We hear you.
Oh, there you are. I thought I shut you off and was gonna have to because all of a sudden everything disappeared, but oh. How are you today, Jackie?
I'm good, thank you. How about you?
It is all good. And Natalie, how are you?
Pretty good. I'm enjoying this weather. I think I'm one of the only people who likes winter, but I like it.
I'm liking it too. We were out walking with the dog yesterday. As long as you bundle up.
Oh, it's great.
Yep.
Yeah.
How you doing, Madam Mayor?
I'm good. I keep looking for the moose and her two calves because they're hanging around Oakmont and Erin Ridge. So they were out front of my house between Christmas and New Year's. I was out there in my bathrobe.
That's great.
Ready to do a snow angel or something?
No, I did not do the snow challenge. I probably still will, but yeah, and you saw they were in Lynn Charwois' backyard, Jackie.
Yes, that was incredible.
It was cool. They're just hanging around. Don't seem to want to go anywhere.
What is with the snow challenge that was Ken was out there? What was he doing? Snow angels in
Yeah, that's a Bill Holpe thing. He challenged
I
Thomas.
challenged you, Wes, so
I
you're
saw that. I just didn't. I don't know, man. I might not ever get out of there if I do something like that.
I know. And Bill gave us a heads up. We really should have done it like Wednesday when it was -2 instead of Saturday when it was -30.
I don't know. You look good out there, though, Ken.
no, it's amazing how the like I said, like maybe like the birds, you puff out a little bit just to maintain your heat. So obviously I think that's what I was doing. I was puffed out a little bit, maintaining my heat. That's the excuse I'm going with anyways.
Yeah, I don't have any, that doesn't fly with me. I'm already
All right, guys, it is 2:00. It's a fundraiser for diabetes. So while we're talking about it, we are live. It was a fundraiser for diabetes. So if anybody wants to go and make a donation to the Diabetes Foundation, now is the time. And you can watch Ken do a snow angel in the snow.
It's probably wise on my part, given that I'm a diabetic. So
All right, let's start the meeting. It is 2:00. Attendance at the start of the meeting, I believe, is Councillor Watkins with us? There he is. Yep. Okay, so I think we have 100% attendance. The next on the agenda is adoption of the agenda. I have one change. I'm going to propose that when we get to the in-camera session, the code of conduct complaints, we're going to separate them out into 3 separate agenda items. So 15.1 will be code of conduct complaint number 1. 15.2 will be code of conduct complaint number 2. 15.3 will be code of conduct complaint number 4. The same motions to go in and out of camera are applicable and everything else that we're aware of, but just to separate them out so that they'll receive the due process and are not influenced on each other. So with that, we're going to keep 15, which is now 15.4 CAO Council Dialogue. Although Mr. Scoble has already told me he has nothing pressing to go into camera about, but I'll keep it on the agenda in case anyone of you councillors has something that we want to talk about in camera, and then we'll keep council dialogue on the agenda, although I have a feeling because we're going to spend some time in camera on code of conduct, we might not need to, but I'll keep it there just for an option. So with that change, can I have a motion to amend the agenda, to move the agenda as amended? Thank you. Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, that the did everybody else's screen go Zoom? Like
Yeah, I've got a Zoom. Yeah, somebody's screen sharing, I think.
Yeah, somebody's screen sharing for some reason, and it just disappeared. Anyways, that the January 25th, 2021 council agenda be adopted as amended.
Okay. All those in favor? I can't see everyone.
You're gonna raise a hand, or how are we gonna do? I don't have.
Is everyone's voting button on participants working this time around?
I don't see mine now. Mine's not working.
It's not?
No, it's not here.
Okay. All right.
If you look under more, Ken, it should be there. Under participants, I didn't see it, but I did see it under more.
I got
We're gonna say it
Okay.
again.
Just a suggestion.
Okay, I'll look for it, but for right now, I'm just gonna move ahead. Why are we on a screen share here?
I know I got a note that says, please stop sharing your screens. I don't know who said that.
Whoever has the
everyone.
owner account, it says you are viewing owner's screen.
I don't know who that is. Anyway, let's vote on the agenda. Thank you, because now I can see everybody. Okay, that looks like everyone. All right, unanimous. So we do have some registered speakers. I'm just going to bring up an email I got. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 registered speakers to talk about the Lions Club RV Park and Grounds. I believe there is just one presentation of about 5 minutes, and most of these presenters are there to answer questions and for support. So I've got Brian Evans, Henry Irving, Chris Holmes, Dave Hyatt, Tom Flynn speaking on that. So is everyone here for that agenda item? I don't see.
Chris Holmes here. Yes, I am ready.
Okay, and Chris, is it my understanding that just one of you is speaking?
Yes, that's correct. And in fact, there's only 2 other participants. That would be Brian Evans and Henry Irving.
Excellent. Okay.
And they are back up for questions.
Madam Mayor, can you hear me?
We sure can. Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I'm going to get you guys right away.
I think you said there's going to be five people speaking. There's only 4. There's only 3 of us with coming today, Madam.
Okay, I have 5 that were registered.
Yeah, there's only 3 showing up.
Okay, so I've got Brian Evans, Chris Holmes, and then you said Henry Irving?
That's right.
Okay, is Henry with us?
Should be.
I'm here, but I have no video.
All right, and then I'll get you to you right away, Chris. Then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 registered for code of conduct. And we will actually not be getting to that until we get to the in-camera session, because process has been laid out for us that we will have an opportunity to go into camera to discuss code of conduct, and then we will come out of in camera, and then we will entertain presentations from the public. Okay, so Chris, I'm going to turn it over to you. You want to talk, and thank you for the pre-reading that you sent to council last week, I think it was. So you have 5 minutes, and then there'll probably be a little bit more time because I'm sure council will have some questions after. So go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Herron. I hope that everyone can hear me. I can see everybody. Thank you. I bring all of you greetings from the St. Albert Breakfast and the St. Albert Host Lions Club. As we already have identified, Henry Irving is on the line, and I see him on my screen. And in the background, somewhere in the space, is Brian Evans. And we wanted to talk to you today about our plans to develop an RV/camping ground, which I'll refer to as an RV campground, and our view of plans to move the development forward. We have spent quite a bit of time looking into the issue of the development potential in St. Albert, an area of an RV park. And one of the materials that we have is this big red binder. And I think, Mayor Herron, you may have one on your floor somewhere. And we became aware that there were plans to develop what I've referred to generally as a sort of northwest sports complex, somewhere in the Ray Gibbon Drive, Villeneuve Road area. And we felt that that would offer us an opportunity to discuss with council how we might engage to develop an RV park adjacent to, nearby, on that particular property, because we felt that such a development would be an asset to a sports complex. So what we're looking for today is an acknowledgement from council that the RV, I should say, proposal has merit, and that we, as Lions, are an interested party, and that our input in the design process, and with that input, the merit can be fleshed out further. Now, how did we get here? Well, we're looking at alternate forms of revenue. Bingos are gone, casinos are down, and we looked at and started to consider the RV park. We are aware that there are 30 Lions clubs in Alberta today who have been operating such parks, either RV alone or a combination of RV and camping, for more than 50 years. And they are very profitable, very profitable. So we discussed with a number of these clubs who were very willing to share financial information with us and their experience. We spent $50,000 on consultants who spent quite a bit of time looking at a specific location near Devon. And we have learned that ownership and use of RVs is on the rise, despite the COVID, it's just on hold for a moment. That users want quality parks with amenities, that many existing parks are old and in less than ideal locations. And coming back to the issue of profitability, in some of the materials that we circulated to you, there's a pager which indicates and shows that there's a club which has 142 RV stalls, and they net after expenses for the community $480,000. And as few as 55 stalls can generate $65,000 annually for contribution back into the community. So what does a development look like? Well, in your material, there's a schematic. And at one point in time, we had lusted, I would say, for the location at Campbell Road and St. Albert Trail, where you now have dedicated a transit. This particular diagram was based at that location. And so you can see the plan would be to have a high quality development with lots of amenity. People want electricity and sewer and water and space and green and all of what you would expect. The issue of why would you listen to the Lions? Why are the Lions into this? Well, both the Lions clubs that I'm speaking on behalf of, I'm a member of the Breakfast Lions Club, as is Henry. Brian is a member of the Host Club. The Host Club has been in St. Albert for 70 years, and its remarkable legacy project is Lions Park, which recently with
Chris, I'm going to
Lions
tell you that
and,
you only have about 10 more seconds left of your 5 minutes.
Okay, what's next? What we would like to do, we like a certain commitment from council that we have merit, that Lions has merit, that the project has merit, that it's worth further study. And in that regard, we would like to be a part of the discussion moving the overall sports complex forward, because we think that our contribution to it would be the experience and exposure that we've had to RV parks, and our hope ultimately that we could be a part of the complex, either directly or nearby, with the plan, with a park. We may
Okay.
want land from you too.
I'm going to open it up to council for questions now. I'll let you know that in our 2021 budget deliberations, we did approve some money for public consultation on what the land that you're referring to in the northwest quadrant of St. Albert that we're kind of calling our future rec center, future amenities land. We have put money aside for public consultation on what that could look like. So there'll be a lot of engagement over this calendar year to start planning. because there's a significant amount of land that was gifted to the city. So that's one piece of information that I would hope you take advantage of that public consultation. But you know, your conversation about donations of land, I mean, that's always an option for council. We would need to know kind of how much you're looking for. But honestly, my work with the Lions Club in the last couple of years and learning about this, I do understand, and I would say there is merit in these projects because they do contribute a fair amount of charitable dollars back into a community. And the Lions are famous for that. So I'm going to open it up for questions, and then I might have some comments at the end. So any members of council have any questions? Councillor Watkins, and then Jackie, did you have your hand up? Okay, and then Councillor Hanson. Go ahead, Ray.
So you'd like to partner with the city on running it, or you'd like to run it yourself, or how would you see that going forward?
Well, I think that we are early enough in the consideration, in the discussion, that we would engage in how the manner of operation would occur. Some of the clubs let the municipalities in which they are located operate them. Other clubs operate them themselves, either by the volunteers or by some form of a management company. These are not, we have not written in stone how we would propose to operate.
Would you, I guess my question, maybe I'll ask it a different way. Would you like to be part of the operation of it in a real substantial way, or not? Or are you just interested in seeing?
I would say that
are you interested in seeing a park in the city?
Yeah, I think
that location. Are you interested in partnering with the city to help operate that park?
Chris, do you want me to take that?
Sure, Brian.
The study that is in front of you, we, as Chris alluded to a few minutes ago, we spent $50,000 on consultants and about 1,500 man hours of our own time on doing that study. It's a very front end. It's not even to the level of a programming study that is often the kickoff of a project. I would say that this study here is more a feasibility study, not identifying any one site yet, and not dealing with the manpower on whether we want to run it or not. Okay. I guess we would like to run it if it all could fit together, but quite frankly, we're more interested in sitting down with the city as a partner to see if we can move this thing along. And we felt that the money that you put aside for a programming preliminary design for the Northwest Recreation Center, if there was some way of us putting an RV park in the vicinity, we're not saying on that site, I don't think that would work, and I don't think that'd be what we want, but somewhere in the vicinity, a walking distance between the two facilities would benefit everybody.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. That actually clarified something too about, so you're actually looking for in the vicinity, not actually on the site. So that's excellent. Councillor Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks for the presentation and the information. We appreciate getting it in with our council package ahead of time. Lions Club is international. That's correct, right?
Yes.
So, okay, thank you for that. The examples that you've laid out that have shown to prove some pretty good revenue coming in from an RV park like this, are these Alberta examples or across Canada, or maybe you could just provide a little bit of insight there?
These are Alberta examples. We focused on the trade route from essentially Highway 2 where it meets the border and comes up through Edmonton, Red Deer, Edmonton, and off to Alaska. So these were places like Okotoks, Devon, I think Whitecourt was in there, and several others. So these numbers come from that corridor.
Okay, that's really good to know. It's nice to have examples, you know, within our own jurisdiction. So thanks very much. Lots to think about.
Thank you.
Camped many times at the Devon Lions Campground. It's fantastic. Any more questions? Okay, I'm seeing no more questions. So I think process-wise, the three of you, the next on the agenda is actually called Business Arising from presentations. So that's our opportunity to actually ask staff some of their thoughts around your proposal. So I'm going to encourage you to stick around for that and hear the questions. And then maybe we can even provide a contact person within the city to further these discussions. I think that's probably the most important piece out of today is that contact information. Would you agree?
Indeed, thank you.
Awesome. Okay, let's go and ask our staff any questions about this presentation. I don't know who's available to answer. Go ahead, Wes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to administration. There, a significant amount of work has been done by the Lions Park in putting together a reasonable study, feasibility study, in bringing a RV park to the northwest corner of our community. So my question is basically your question, Madam Mayor. How do we engage this particular proposal going forward? What would the process be from administrators' perspective so that we engage them and not lose sight of their vision going forward?
Through the chair. So yeah, I'm familiar with some of the Lions' work in the past, and we've been talking to them for a few years here now. In terms of this location, I guess the first thing I have to say is we can look at it, but we don't own the land yet. I want everybody to be clear on that. And this afternoon may be another step in that process, but at this point in time, we don't own that land out there yet. But if we did, and we end up going down that path, then of course we've got the consultation project approved by council for this year, and we'll be undertaking some significant stakeholder engagement. So certainly the Lions would be part of that, and I think we've got the reports we need and the attachments, and I think it's we have to see what we end up with, and as we did in the community amenities planning, I guess almost 2 years ago now, we had the pieces on the puzzle there with the different footprints and fitting them all together for the best site plan. So we'd probably draw up a similar footprint for the campground here and see how it fits with all the other pieces of the puzzle. And when the engagement is finished with all the stakeholders in the community, I think we'd probably be bringing that back to council with some different site plans, to see what council would like to do with that site in terms of amenities on it. So we can certainly proceed, but we got a couple of steps here, and we'll certainly engage the Lions Club in the consultation process here.
Fair enough. Well, one of the burning questions that I had is that part of the land that is under consideration for the this recreational site is limited in terms of the use that are available because of what's on that land. Does that speak to RV parks in particular? Is what I'm talking about in terms of the setbacks from a landfill, and there's only certain uses that can occur there, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I'm not sure at this point. I don't know if Adrian's on the line or if he could even answer it. That's something we might have to look up, because we certainly haven't contemplated a campground as one of the land uses there at this point in time. I don't know. I don't know if Adrian can answer it, or we'd have to take that away.
Fair enough. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Adrian's jumping on. Go ahead, Adrian.
Yeah, so within the setback from a landfill, they can't have, it's basically schools and food processing facilities, RV park. Like Kevin said, we'd have to dig into it a little bit more, but we have one above an existing landfill in Riel right now. So I would be inclined to think that it's something that's at least possible from that perspective.
Fair enough. Thanks for that.
Yeah, good point, Adrian. I forgot about the Kinsman one is right on the landfill. Good point. More questions? Go ahead, Councillor Hughes.
Mayor Heron, I actually had a question of I know it's backwards, but I just thought of a question of the people presenting. If that's okay?
Yep.
So I just wanted a little bit of clarification because then I see in the background here it says that Lions clubs are discouraged from owning land. So is the intention to have the land gifted or leased, or do you tend to purchase it? Like, or is it like a partnership where the city would own it, but you, like, what is your plan to get? Because land is the big component here.
Well, as Brian mentioned, we're at the early stages. The experience of Lions has been to run the gamut, that in some instances they will buy the land over time with the financing by the municipality. In other instances, they'll pay a nominal sum each year and lease the land. I think it largely depends on the parties' attitude and state of consideration at the time they enter into discussion. Everybody has expectations. Sometimes those expectations aren't all the same, and other objectives need to be met. But certainly, there's always been a close connection between the Lions clubs and the municipality. They work cooperatively together to make it work.
Okay. Yeah, and RVs are booming right now, so this is definitely a market that's hot, at least right now.
Chris, I could answer that too, please.
Go ahead.
There's a comment in the feasibility study, for lack of a better term, talks about Lions not so much not allowed to own land, but they'd rather not. They want the Lions clubs to be focusing on providing services to the community, not building things. Now, I'm sure most of you are aware of the Lions Village retirement or seniors residence. There's three complexes in Edmonton. That's an example, and there's other examples clear across Canada. In the United States and most places in the rest of the world, they don't they abide by the ruling or the directive that comes from, as I call it, the Central Committee in Chicago, and don't own things. Now, that doesn't mean that we eliminate that route or direction in moving this project forward. At this point in the exercise, we're completely open. It would have major complications if somebody came and said on behalf of the landowner, no, I want to sell it to you, and that's the only option. Or other facilities like this literally are given the land to use, and that's the other end of the spectrum. So what we want to do is get into a position where we can sit down with you folks representing the city and us representing the project on behalf of the Lions and work all these details out. And so we can't really say that we would have one rather than the other, because that's just not, we're not far enough down the trail on this thing to say that.
Okay. I don't.
Answers your question, Councillor?
Yes, I'm not sure if you can answer this or not, but when I look at your feasibility numbers, they don't include the purchase of the land or any debt. So is your intention to, I guess and I want to know the numbers. I guess I'm just wondering, have you guys also considered the worst case scenario where you did have to buy the land and you also did have to pay for the full cost of development? Would you still be financially viable?
To answer your last question, yes, we have looked at that. And we have run a number of pro forma models. And I think you'll see in the pro forma that we gave to you in that information package I think we allowed some value, about $150,000 to either lease, buy, rent the site
Okay.
per
Okay.
year. That would be on a per year, on a per annual. So we've made allowance for it. If we were having to buy the land, I don't think 150 would cover it. But if we were given the land, then we've got 150 extra to build things with. So, you know, you go the full gamut on this.
Okay, thank you. That was it. Thank you.
Okay. Any more questions for administration? Okay, I'm seeing no more, and I'm really feeling that the next step really is to get Brian and Henry and Chris and the whole club connected with a main contact with the city of St. Albert. So when you register to speak, we have your contact information now, which is excellent. So I will ask Mr. Scoble, our city manager, to have someone contact you maybe later on this week and set up a meeting and take it from there. Does that work?
Yes, that works for us.
All right. I'll just finish it off with thank you. The two Lions clubs have such a long history in this community. I think when people hear Lions Park, they don't quite often associate it with the service club, but I think it's probably important to recognize that it is your service club that brought it to St. Albert and many other things in the city. So for all the work you all do, thank you so much, and please continue to do it in St. Albert. So because we are really in need of it right now. So
with $500,000 of revenue every year, we could do lots of things.
And that's a carrot to dangle in front of this council. Like, honestly, that it's a huge benefit to the community to have our service clubs with a predictable source of revenue that we know that they invest back into the community. So appreciate your time coming today, all the work you've done on the backgrounder, and let's see what we can do into the future.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us today. Okay. Moving on in our agenda to number 5, consent agenda. Is there anyone wanting to pull anything off of consent? Excellent. Can I have a motion to approve the agenda as presented? Or approve consent agenda as presented? Go ahead, Councillor Broadhead. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that the recommendations in the following agenda report be approved. 6.1, regular council meeting minutes of January 11th, 2021. 7.1, community living standing committee draft unadopted minutes and agenda items from January 18th of 2021. The CLSC recommendation is 2021 Wild North funding request. 7.3 CLSC recommendation, Environmental Advisory Committee 2020 report and 2021 priorities. 7.4 Community Growth and Infrastructure Standing Committee, draft unadopted minutes and agenda items of January the 18th of 2021. 8.1 time extension request, Indigenous portfolio. 8.2 time extension request, capital funding alternative. 9.2 bylaw 18/2005 traffic bylaw amendments, first reading only. And 11.1 civic and external agency councillor updates.
All right, thank you for that. I'll call for the vote on that. Let's try to find our voting buttons in participants button. Seeing people still can't find them. Councillor Jolly, yeah, okay, let's just do a hand vote. All those in favor? That is unanimous. Okay. So I will now read off the multitude of things that were just approved on consent. So we approved the minutes from January 11th. Ledge services, I have them here and I'll sign them as soon as the meeting's over and leave them on Rayanne's desk. We have committee business. So 7.1 was the minutes and the package from last Monday's Community Living and Standing Committee. I'm not going to read the whole package. 7.2 was a recommendation coming out of the Community Living Standing Committee, and it was as follows: that Wild North receive a one-time grant of $10,000 to cover St. Albert-based wildlife rescue and rehabilitation operations in 2021 to be funded from the stabilization reserve, and that the deadline for administration to bring forward to committee a recommendation for a more comprehensive policy to specify circumstances in which funding may be provided to organizations that work in St. Albert but are not based in St. Albert is extended to June 30th, 2021. Also was on consent was a motion coming out of the CSL committee. We received for information the Environmental Advisory Committee's 2020 report and approved their 2021 priorities. 7.4 approved on consent was the same, was the community growth and infrastructure, the agenda package and the minutes coming from that. 8.1 was the time extension request for the Indigenous portfolio. And so we have extended that until Q3 of 2021. And then another time extension request was on the capital funding alternative. Council has granted an extension to June of 2021 for that report to come back. All right, 9.1 was not approved on consent, and it was a borrowing bylaw 41 for Range Road 260, the Lakeview Business District servicing. So I realize Diane is not with us, but do we have a, Brenda, are you doing a presentation?
Yeah, I will do a few words here just as an introduction, and then I'll take any questions after.
All right, thank you.
Okay, great. So good afternoon, Mayor and members of Council. I'm here today to recommend the second and third reading for borrowing bylaw Range Road 260 and the Lakeview Business District servicing. This bylaw will secure the financing to provide servicing to the land donated by Rohit as a future community amenities site. The estimated cost of this project is approximately $25 million, which includes a 25% contingency. Funding for this project will come from the Offsite Levy Recovery Fund Reserve in the amount of approximately $12.4 million and grant funding from the Municipal Stimulus Program of roughly $5 million. And I will take any questions. Thank you.
That was fast.
Yeah, short and sweet.
Brenda, do you know what our expected recovery through offsite levies will be for this project?
So I've pulled up the charter, and it looks like the anticipated recoveries initially are about 12.4 million.
Okay, thank you. So couple that with $5 million from the province, where we're asking for a very small amount that would be covered through the offsite levy reserve. Is that correct?
Yep, correct. Yeah,
okay.
Exactly.
That's how we're going to service this loan, is through that reserve?
Through that reserve, correct. Yeah.
So it will not affect taxes at all?
No, there will be no tax impacts.
Okay.
With this.
All right, that's the only questions I had. Councillor Hughes.
Thanks. Hi, Brenda.
Hi.
So we're looking at the total cost of this was around 20 million, correct? Because we have a 25% contingency. So that would be the initial estimate was 20 million, right? Okay.
Correct.
And then we're getting 5 million in grants from the government. And the 12.4 million, is that money that we already have that we're putting towards it? Or is it money that we're planning to recover from it?
It's anticipated recovery. So we have some money in that pot, but we're anticipating 12.4 million in addition.
Okay, so that comes to 17.4 million. So where's the other 2.6 million? It's because I would assume that all of it would come from the recovery.
Okay, so I've also got here, there's anticipated recoveries to the city through some servicing agreements. They're looking at about 1.9 million.
Okay. So we're short about 0.6 or so, or 0.7 million.
Right, right. So the additional shortfall can also be funded through the offsite levy reimbursement fund.
Okay. Okay. So we're not putting anything down then. That's why you want the 20 million. And I'm assuming, just want confirmation, that the grant for the 5 million because we don't have it upfront right now is why we're including it in the borrowing bylaw. Would that be correct?
That's correct. We have been approved for it. We just haven't received the money for it.
So let's assume we don't go over budget, just for argument's sake, right? So if we don't go over budget, we'll be at 20 million. And because we are anticipating getting the 5 million, our realistic expectation for debt would be 15 million. Would that be right? Because I mean, I'm assuming we're not going to incur the debt and pay the interest because we can't pay off the loan early with the way our debt financing tends to go.
Right.
So I mean that while we're planning for 25 million, we're expecting it to cost 20, and we're expecting the total debt load to be closer to 50. Would that be correct?
That would be fair. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. And I'm not sure if it's you or Adrian or who, but this is a lot of the onus behind this is for the servicing, so we can get that Lakeview or that Rohit property serviced, as well as the Lakeview District also serviced. Have we finished the negotiations with Rohit? I don't know. So are we still in negotiations, or have we finished them? Oh, Mr. Scobel, there you are.
I'll let one of them jump in.
Yeah.
Okay.
So through the chair of the council, no discussions and negotiations are still ongoing here.
Okay. And so are we going to move forward before there, like I know we're doing the debt, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we're breaking ground or actually incurring debt. Are we going to wait until the negotiations are done to begin incurring debt, or are we just moving forward because this also services the Lakeview District?
Well, we're continuing to work on the negotiations and hope to be coming back to council in the next short while here. I don't anticipate any conflicts between cash flow for borrowing and the deal. I mean, at the end of the day, we're continuing the negotiations. Let's just say that. And following today's decision by council, I will be having a meeting with some of the Rohit executives very shortly here.
Because we're not actually going to begin doing this for a couple of months, I'm assuming. Like we're not actually going to start, although there is planning and stuff involved. So
yeah, well, we are planning to be shoveling ground this year. There's some timelines. Yeah. I'm not sure if we got Donnie on the line from engineering with respect to timelines here, with respect to the grants and that sort of thing. But,
through the chair, in terms of construction contracts, we have 2 contracts out in the market today. We are closing contract 1, the project 8 on February 1st, and the other piece on February 8th. So, but there is clause in the contract that we can hold the price for another 90 days until the negotiations happen. So we can award it and let it go. So depending on how the next month rolls out, we can make decisions either way, hold it until April or go ahead with the construction award and move ahead.
Okay, that's it. Thank you. No more questions.
Councillor Mackay. And then
Yeah.
Councillor Williams.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Hughes. You asked some of my questions. I mean, and maybe this is more directed to Adrian. So there's approximately in the Lakeview Business District, approximately 618 acres that we're looking at developing. Is that correct?
I think that's the correct number, yes.
So, I mean, and out of that, the site that we're negotiating with Rohit, the approximately 59 acres, whatever, plus or minus a few acres. Do we know how much out of that amount that we're looking at using to actually service that area that we're going to get from Rohit or that we're in negotiations with? So
I'm not sure if I.
So, I mean, earlier in some of our discussions, I think I remember hearing a number of about $7.9 million just to service. Once we've got the services across Ray Gibbon Drive, it would be approximately $7.98 million just to service that 59 acres. Is that how I'm reading that correctly? So, and that would be included in the entire amount. So we would have the 618 acres, and pardon me for speaking in acres because I'm not sure what that is in hectares. So, I mean, most of that money would be actually used to service the actual business district versus the actual community amenity site itself, correct?
I think Donnie can kind of fill it out, but I'll just say what I understand you're asking is correct, a lot of the money is being spent to bring the services across Ray Gibbon Drive. Mm-hmm. There's a portion that is being used for the servicing of the trunk line to the north to the community amenity site. Okay. But I think, and Donnie can speak to the cost, there's a big chunk of it that involves actually bringing the services from the east side of Ray Gibbon Drive, all the under Ray Gibbon Drive to the west side. So it's not solely to service the community amenity site by any means. There's a lot of benefit to the rest of the city on this project.
I concur that we have 2 water lines coming across Ray Gibbon Drive and Sanitary Project 8, plus the storm infrastructure itself. That's why we have 2 contracts. One is the Project 8 piece, and then the second contract actually pulls all the line towards the community amenity site, but only the offsite. But on-site work will be part of the community amenities planning itself.
Okay, so the actual borrowing bylaw, I mean, there could actually, would there be additional costs then once we get the water lines and the other wastewater and the servicing underneath Ray Gibbon, will there be additional costs, or is that part of the for future negotiations with when we either further development in the business district or move into the community amenities site?
The currently what is planned for will serve the community amenities site.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right,
for
thanks.
Lakeview Business District, the Project 8 will form as a trunk line. We still have another offsite levy that has to go through the southern portions to get to the Lakeview Business District. But the trunk line, the backbone, is being built as part of this borrowing bylaw.
Okay, I was just trying to just make sure that there wasn't this maybe misperception that we were just taking this over just to deal with the community amenity site, that this was actually going to really generate a lot of growth in our Lakeview Business District and was really necessary for that. It wasn't just necessary for the community amenity site. So I think you've answered. I think you've answered my question. I appreciate the insight.
Awesome. Councillor Hanson and Watkins. Is that what I said? I think it was.
Thanks. And this might be for Brenda or Donnie, I'm not sure. In terms of repayment of the borrowing bylaw, in our background, it talks about we won't exceed 20 years in paying back the indebtedness. But what is typical for us in a situation like this?
So our previous borrowing bylaws, we have set them at 20 years. So that's very typical, and the payments are twice a year through the debentures.
But we take the full, we plan it out so that we take the full 20 years?
Yes, we do.
Okay, that's what I was asking. Okay.
Okay, yeah, sorry, yeah.
All right, Councillor Watkins.
Yeah, my question is in relation to the borrowing bylaw under the borrowing section 5. Says the city of St. Albert shall repay the indebtedness according to the repayment structure in effect, 20 years, and it's at a rate not exceeding the interest rate fixed on the date of the borrowing and not to exceed 10%. So I understand what that first part means. Obviously, it's not to exceed the interest rate at the date of the borrowing, but 10% seems like such a high number. Why do we have 10% in there? I don't think we borrow any money at 10% ever. And I wouldn't support borrowing money at 10% for this.
From what I know, I think that's just a standard clause that was put in there. It's just well,
we should reduce that. We should reduce that to like 6% or 5% or something like that, because approving this gives you the authority to borrow money up to a 10% interest rate. I don't think we want to do.
Yeah, no, we definitely would not do that. So we'd borrow from Alberta Capital Treasury Finance, and we would borrow at the rate stated.
Right. So maybe we could change that to like 3% or 4% or something like that. I'm not too sure why it's 10.
Well, I'm wondering if David could step in, but I don't think we could actually do that at this point, because it's gone through first reading and we've actually advertised the borrowing bylaw to the public.
Yes, if I may, Madam Chair, Brenda's absolutely correct. It is really too late to do that unless you want to start from scratch. And that, of course, given the expanded timelines in St. Albert, that would be quite a delay. It might even put the project in jeopardy. As far as the 10%, yeah, that has been around for a long time. What typically happens in bylaws is you set it high enough so that in case there's something totally unexpected, the central bank overnight raises interest rates by 3% or something, you've got enough of a cushion there. However, the staff would absolutely get the best interest rate. I mean, there's no way in the world they're going to borrow at anything higher than what they absolutely have to. So I don't think there needs to be a concern about that. It is a maximum limit. It is not, prescribing you will borrow at 10%, which of course, as you point out, Councillor Watkins, would be absurd in today's interest rate climate. So I guess my bottom line is I don't think you have to be concerned. For anyone who's wondering, when I first started out in this business, I can remember borrowing bylaws that put a maximum borrowing rate of 22%. That's when the prevailing interest rates were around 18.
Yeah.
So
in the future, we should just adjust that down to a more realistic number that is kind of more in line with what we would actually borrow to probably would be.
I agree with you, Councillor Watkins. My only point is that it's probably too late
now.
to do that now.
I understand. I'm okay with it. I'm just going forward. We shouldn't put 10% in there. Thank you.
Okay, done.
And just for clarification, Alberta Capital Financing no longer exists. Is that correct?
Yes, sorry. Yeah, you're correct. It's now the Alberta Treasury through the provincial government. They have a name change. Yeah, you're correct.
Right. And they offer municipalities an interest rate that is generally much more competitive than going to a regular banking institution, right?
Yeah, they do. Correct.
But this bylaw doesn't confine us to borrow from Alberta Treasury. We just go for the best rate. Is that correct?
Right. Correct.
But generally it's Alberta Treasury. Okay. Questions? All right. Seeing no more questions, I'll just say, we did advertise this, Mr. LaFleur, to give residents an opportunity, if they were had objections to the bylaw, they could do a petition. We didn't hear from any members of the public on any reservations on this borrowing bylaw.
All of that is correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, all right. I'm looking for a member of council to move second reading. Councillor Broadhead, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that bylaw 41/2020 being a borrowing bylaw to finance the design and construction of water, sanitary, stormwater, and road infrastructure necessary to support a community amenities site and the Lakeview Business District be read a second time.
Thank you for that. Any comments before we take the vote?
Madam Mayor, we discussed this at first reading and the questions related to this issue sort of explored the reasons why we wanted to do it. And certainly this borrowing bylaw will not only support the services to the Rohit lands, but also will provide the backbone that will allow for servicing to extend past Ray Gibbon Drive into the west end of our community. And so this is a good thing for the community. It expands our capacity to service much more lands. So.
Excellent. Anyone else have any comments on this borrowing bylaw? Go ahead, Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, I just want to echo Councillor Broadhead's last couple comments. I mean, obviously, this sends a really strong signal to business. It increases our competitiveness in the region. Sorry. And, we saw already that there is a demand for this. I mean, even you can see that I'm just looking over my shoulder here at some of the numbers we saw that our total construction value of issued building permits last year exceeded 2019 by 40%. A lot of this was just due to business construction and also institutional construction assisted. So, I mean, when we look at how do we attract business and how do we generate non-residential tax revenue, this just opens up a whole new opportunity for us on the west side. We've been trying to get across Ray Gibbon. Well, first of all, we've been trying to build Ray Gibbon. Now we're trying to get underneath it and get across into the west side. So I support this. The biggest reason is that this just opens up such a possibilities for our community and such great opportunities. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, in addition to what Councillor Mackay and Councillor Broad had to say, I think that since we're almost out of land, if not completely out of land in Campbell Park, I mean, we've been hearing for years about how do we get more industrial land available and more business parks open up. So this is an absolute necessity. And I also just want to, it began actually with project number 9, trying to figure out how can we get servicing without raising taxes. And this is now coming again to fruition with this project, where while we do have debt, the debt is going to be, well, we're approving 25 million. People need to understand that our expectation is 15 million, and that it's being done in such a way that we will be, the likelihood of having tax implications has been minimized. So between the fact that we are expecting it from recovery, we also have a cushion that's being saved in case 1 year does not materialize as we were anticipating. So we are finding a way to actually open up potential lands for new development without impacting tax dollars. And I just wanted to acknowledge that. And this is the second project now that we've done this. So while we're incurring debt, we're not putting on the backs of our residents and businesses that are currently here. That's it.
Excellent. Anyone else? Go ahead, Councillor Hanson.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Everything that I wanted to say really has been said, except that thanks to Councillor Broadhead for bringing forward a motion. And really, this is a long time coming. Anybody that's been around for a long time, we've been talking about opening up the West and inviting business in on the Lakeview area for a long time. And in the world of municipal calendars, this has moved very quickly. And so our thanks to staff for making this happen. And I hope that negotiations carry on the way that they have been in such a collaborative way. And pretty soon we're going to see shovels in the ground. So kudos to everybody all around. I'm happy to support this second reading.
Anyone else? I'll throw my 2 cents in. The part of the agreement that we made with Rohet when the land was gifted was that we serviced it. We were given a much longer timeline than we're seeing in front of us. And then when the province decided to help out municipalities with stimulus money, we need to all actually turn our heads and thank Councillor Broadhead, because he said, well, why don't we get the servicing under Ray Gibbon done faster? And it was a great suggestion, West. So I think you deserve some credit on this. It has been a priority for the city to get this land. We are quickly running. Well, it's a good thing that we're quickly running out of industrial and commercial land, because it means there are people investing and building on our land, but we need to actually now supply more. So I'm not going to say much more. Thanks to the province for the stimulus money. Thanks to West for accelerating the project. Thanks to staff for servicing this without affecting taxes, and thanks all around. I'm supportive. Councillor Broadhead to close.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for everybody for your support. I don't want to take too much credit here. I was probably the only one. I was the first one to raise my hand with the idea. Everybody else was no doubt raising their hands at the same time. So this is we succeed as a council. So there you go.
Appreciate that. All right, call for the vote. That is unanimous. Okay, third reading, Councillor Broadhead.
That bylaw 41/2020 be read a third time.
All right, anything else, anyone? All right, call for the vote. That is unanimous. Okay. All right, Mr. Scoble, go put some pipes under the ground. Oh, Mr. LaFleur.
All right, sorry to interrupt, Mayor, but just a quick note. I've just sent an email to all council members. I don't know how to alert you in the chat, so I'm just saying now it's relative to an item coming up on the agenda. So if I could just ask all councilors to just take 30 seconds to quickly look at that email. Thank you.
Okay, all right. 9.2 was on consent. So I just need to read that, hold on. That was just first reading of the traffic bylaw. So we did discuss the traffic bylaw at committee last Monday. So the recommendation was as follows. The public consultation report, City of St. Albert Traffic Network Speed Review Report provided as an attachment to the January 18th, 2021 Community Growth Infrastructure Standing Committee Agenda Report entitled Bylaw 18/2005 Traffic Bylaw Amendments be received as information. That Bylaw 04/2021 being Amendment 16 to the Traffic Bylaw 18/2005 be read a first time, and that a non-statutory public hearing to allow residents, stakeholders to be heard by council with respect to proposed amending bylaw 2021 be scheduled for February 16th, 2021, and that the subject to passage of bylaw 4, 2021, 230,000 be approved to implement pedestrian crossing improvements, field signage installation, and to carry out public messaging for these traffic bylaw amendments funded from the Traffic Safety Reserve. All right, so we will see everyone on February 15th to discuss the speed limit changes. But we had no emergent items on the agenda. We did approve civic and external agency updates on consent, although Councillor Watkins, you did not submit one. So if you wanted an opportunity now to update us on your last month's worth of work, you can. If you don't, that's fine with me. Go ahead. You're muted. There we go.
I'm getting you on mute here. Hang on. In the month of December, there was not a lot going on except the council meetings, filming of the Christmas video, youth advisory committee meeting, Riverside Parks virtual public engagement program on the 1st of December, council, the indoor Christmas market at the Enjoy Center just before Christmas on the 12th. There was the public open house notice about the midwife's situation. And then there was Christmas. So there really wasn't much going on in that.
I agree. Thanks for that.
And oh, sorry, the youth committee was in January. So I'll give that at the end of January.
Okay. Information requests, notices, motions, or announcements. Councillor Hanson, you had two notice of motions. Do you want to read those into the record?
Sure, Mayor. Sorry, I have to find them. I should have been ready for you.
Do you want me to read them for you?
Sure.
I have them. Hold on. All right, if you don't mind. So the first one was direct administration to secure a site for the purpose of setting up a spontaneous use temporary disc golf course for the 2021 season, including mats and baskets. And then you've asked for them to also provide costs. And further, that appropriate public engagement input on the feasibility of a permanent course occur by Q3 2021. That funding for this project come from the Stabilization Reserve. Your second notice of motion was direct administration to change current service levels of the dog-friendly park and implement a dedicated area at Lacombe Park Lake for small dogs. You've asked for costs again, and that this service level change be funded through the Stabilization Reserve. So thank you for those. Is there any other notices of motions that anyone wants to read in today? Any information requests? Any announcements? Seeing none, we're moving on. All right, we do have, the next thing on the agenda is presentations and business arising, and we do have registered presentations, but they all are in relation to the code of conduct. I know I call a 5-minute recess so everyone can have a chance to go and look at Mr. LaFleur's email from 2:30, whatever it was. No, 2:56. So we will reconvene at 3:06 and carry on with the code of conduct.
All right, is everyone back? Turn on your cameras and let me know. Awesome. I don't know if Jackie's back. Councillor Hanson? There she is. Okay. I'm thinking, Mr. LaFleur, are you there? Yeah. So I'm thinking before we go much further, you've done I know you've worked all weekend on this, and thank you for all the emails and helping council navigate this situation. But I don't think the public really understands the steps that we're going to take in the next couple of minutes. So can you just talk about the order of in-camera, the order of the public presentations, and the order of motions, which is pretty much in that order, but I'll let you go ahead. You're muted.
Yes, I appreciate the opportunity. So what we're doing here is we're setting up what is going to follow here in terms of these code of conduct complaints as a true what we call administrative tribunal type hearing. In other words, council's not wearing its hat as a legislator. You're not passing motions, general application for the community or bylaws. You're deciding on very specific allegations against 3 of your number. So because of that, we have to set it up to comply with what we call principles of natural justice. And the way that works is this. The agenda's already been amended to basically ensure that all 3 complaints will be dealt with as separate items. And so what I have just suggested to council is that we're going to, unless there's any serious objection, we would deal with them in the most logical way, just the order that they came to my attention, which would be first, that'd be item 15.1 now, the complaint around international travel. Secondly, the complaint around interprovincial travel. And then item 15.3, the complaint about travel within Alberta. Again, just because that's the order they came to my attention. There's no particular mystery about it, just that's the only reason. So then what we would do, each one would, in turn would be dealt with as a separate item. Council would pass a motion to go in camera. They would have the in-camera discussion. This is all in accordance with the Code of Conduct bylaw. Appendix A prescribes that the first thing you do is deal with them in camera. The council members would all be there, both the council member who's accused and the others that will eventually make a decision on it. They'll all have their opportunity to give their view of the matter. When all of that is done, the motion will be made to come out of the in-camera motion, and then we see if anybody wishes to make a motion at that time, they will or can, and then that would be debated. Whichever council member is the subject of that motion would then immediately declare that they would not stay there, and then that's for 2 reasons. First of all, it's not appropriate for any person to kind of sit in judgment on their own case. That's just a basic principle of law. And then also because of the potential for pecuniary interest, and I say that only because the effect of a finding of a contravention might very well be, a diminished standing in the community that could impair your ability to earn income. It's fairly tenuous, but it's a definite possibility. So there are 2 good reasons why a council member whose complaint is under discussion should not be part of that. So they would simply leave the meeting, and the remainder of the council members would debate on whatever motion is made. It doesn't have to be a motion. You could come out of your in-camera session and no council member could choose to make a motion, in which case nothing more happens with that complaint and you go on to the next one. So that's basically it. The other thing that is important for the public is that at the point when we come out of when council comes out of the in-camera session for that complaint, the people who have been registered to speak will be finding, if they haven't found already, that Ledge Services are going to be contacting them asking which complaint do they want to talk about, the international travel, the interprovincial travel, or the within Alberta, or any 2 or all 3 of them. And depending on which complaint or complaints they want to talk about, we'll slot them into the appropriate spot, depending on, you know, which item comes out in which order. And we'll make sure that everyone who wants a chance to speak is given a full opportunity to speak. And then proceed with whatever motions and whatever debate and whatever motions may be passed that arise. Excuse me, sorry. So that's basically it. It's not terribly complicated. The intention is to be sure that the public has an opportunity to be heard, and we have had people register, and there will be people speaking, but also to be sure that the 3 council members who are accused of complaints have a full opportunity. They've had that before this meeting today, and they'll have a full opportunity in camera today, and they'll have that opportunity in an open meeting as well, if they so choose. They don't have to, but they can. So you have every opportunity to deal with the complaint, and basically that's the way it's going to unfold. If anybody has any questions, I'm more than happy to take them.
Go ahead, Councillor McKay.
Just on a question of process, Mr. Lafleur. So if I'm to understand this, so because we're dealing with them individually, will we go into camera, go through the process, then come back out of camera into an open forum, allow feedback? Because I mean, potentially that feedback could cross the other 2 complaints. So we would, or can we not just do all 3 in a closed session? Or because the way the motion is now, we have to, or the agenda, we have to deal with each one separately and sequentially?
Excellent question, Councillor. Through the chair to Councillor McKay and to the rest of council. The way the agenda originally was proposed, the way it went out as the proposed agenda to the public last Friday, excuse me, there was 1 item. And then what could have happened is that in camera, all 3 complaints could have and would have been dealt with sequentially. But in terms of public feedback, you'd wait till they were all dealt with in camera, come out of the in-camera session, then invite public feedback on any or all of the complaints. That's a little more awkward now because they are 3 separate items. But still, if the public, identifies which complaints they want to speak about, we can handle it. It's just a little more cumbersome, but the principle is the same. The 3 complaints, although there are some similarities, everyone can see that, they are 3 separate complaints, and they need to be dealt with as 3 separate complaints, and they will be, and there will be public feedback, opportunity for public feedback each of the 3 times that council comes out of camera for complaint number 1, 2, and 3.
My concern, though, would be, I understand that Ledge Services, yourself included, would have that conversation with members of the public wishing to make comment. My concern would be that how do you police that if it crosses over? We're talking about 1 complaint and it crosses over. We don't have a gigantic mute button, so how do we ensure fairness and impartiality so that the other complaints may be impacted by a comment, unintended, I'm sure, but possible? How do we deal with that?
Well, the answer I would give is that we first of all, I mean, there will be a certain amount of responsibility on the chair to try and ensure that people, restrict their comments to the complaint that's being dealt with right now. And also, we rely on the fact that all council members are presumed to have open minds on all of the complaints, to be impartial on all of the complaints, to wait till they've heard everything. It's not uncommon. It happens in court all the time. Evidence will be given. You're correct, Councillor. You can't predict what people are going to say. They could inadvertently make a comment that relates to more than one. And in fact, it's quite possible. It's quite possible that 1 or more of the people registered to speak do want to speak to all 3 of the complaints. They have a comment that they would tell you this applies to all complaints. There's no reason why they shouldn't be able to do that. Is it something that we can perfectly control? No, but I think if we ask people to try to address the complaint that they've come here to talk about and restrict their comments to that, and also the chair will be advising later, I'm not going to read from his script, but he will be advising people that they're to address only the complaints right? Only the question of the code of conduct. The other issues that they may have on their mind, I'll call them the small p political issues, are not relevant today. Their feelings about whether the optics of what may or may not have been done are of no importance today. The chair is going to hopefully try his best to keep people focused on, is this a breach of the code? That's all you're here to deal with today. That's the only thing. So between all of those things, Councillor, I'm confident that the proceedings can and will unfold in a way that is fair. And that's really the key. Is it fair to all the accused councillors? That's what we have to do. And I'm convinced that it will.
Okay, thank you, Mr. LaFleur. I appreciate your feedback and the difficult situations that you had to deal with. I appreciate it. Thank you. Bye.
Any more questions? Okay, so 15.1 is a complaint on international travel. I'm going to ask for a motion to go in camera. It's in your agenda package. We'll use the same motion in the same sections of FOIP for all three. Anyone wants to make a motion to go in camera? Councillor Broadhead, go ahead.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. That council go in camera for a confidential discussion of code of conduct complaints pursuant to Schedule A of the Council Code of Conduct Bylaw and pursuant to Section 17 and 27, 1A of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
All right, thank you for that. Before I call for the vote, Mr. LaFleur, I'm not setting up a breakout room. Is that my understanding? We're getting a new meeting invite?
No, I believe there is going to be a breakout room. If one of the alleged staff could indicate, either Tamara or Cheryl.
We can do, hi, David, can you hear me?
We sure can.
I can do either or. It can be a separate meeting invite or a breakout room, whichever you prefer.
I think breakout rooms are fine. Yeah.
Yeah, it's perfectly okay.
But Tamara, can you do it? And then David can just sort of text you when, actually, we just leave the room and come back to the main meeting when we're done, right?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, I'll let you set that up. Okay, call for the vote to go on camera. That's unanimous. All right, we'll see you in the breakout room.
Mr. LaFleur, who is owner?
We not get an invite to this breakout room?
It's coming. It takes me a couple seconds to fix it up.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay. I thought we were automatically sort of put in the breakout room.
No.
I think you have to accept the invitation when you get it. I believe that's the case.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I am wondering too.
It'll pop up in a little box and make a beeping noise.
And while we're waiting, I'll just remind you that while we're in camera, we need earbuds and cameras on.
I'm home alone, which is why I'm out here. I can put them on if you want.
Okay, now we are back in the council meeting.
I can make that motion, Mr. Chair, if you'd like,
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Jolly.
that the details of the in-camera discussion remain confidential pursuant to sections 153E of the MGA.
Okay, thank you for that. Call for the vote. Those in favor? That is unanimous. That is carried. Okay, we are now ready to hear representatives from the public on the items, the code of conduct. And the first person to speak is Jen Cote. Jen, just before you start, I'm just going to read a little statement here. As indicated on the council agenda for this item, 3 formal complaints have been received alleging that 3 members of council breached sections 7.c and 7d of the Council Code of Conduct bylaw by traveling out of St. Albert. In one case to another Canadian province in July 2020, in the second case to another Alberta municipality in October 2020, and in the third case to another country over the recent holiday period. The council members in question have confirmed that they traveled to those places at those times. They have not acknowledged that their travel constitutes a breach of the identified provisions of the Code of Conduct. As also indicated on the council agenda, members of the public who registered to speak on this item by noon today will have up to 5 minutes to address council. I would remind all registered speakers that there is no factual dispute over whether 3 different councillors engaged in the travel described in the complaints at the times indicated in the council agenda report. As I mentioned a moment ago, all of them have acknowledged that they did so. The subject matter of this council item is very specifically whether a councillor contravened the Code of Conduct by engaging in the described travel at the indicated time. Your opinion on whether a council member should have traveled at those times and to those places is something you are completely free to express outside of this meeting. But for these proceedings today, I'd respectfully ask that you confine your comments to the reasons why you believe the councillors or any one of them are in convention of the Code of Conduct or are not in contravention. In your comments today, do not relate to the question of whether there have been 1 or more contraventions of the Code of Conduct. Then council members will not be able to consider your comments in making decisions on the complaint. With that said, we're going to open the first mic to Jen Cote. And Jen, you have 5 minutes. And as like I said, this really is about whether they violated the Code of Conduct. We're keeping personal attacks or anything else out of this. It's just strictly about Code of Conduct issues. Thank you very much. And like I said, they've totally acknowledged, everybody's acknowledged the travel. That's not an issue. It's not being denied in all 3 of the cases.
Thank you. I understand. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I just want to begin by acknowledging and expressing my appreciation for the hard work that our elected officials at all levels of government have undertaken throughout the course of this pandemic. I believe there to be absolute value in taking time away from these very stressful roles. Provided elected officials are encouraging their constituents to engage in safe travel activities, as opposed to discouraging it with stay-home messaging, I fully support our elected officials in their decisions to vacation. This time away can be necessary to decrease stress and to help maintain sound mind. Because I want to stick to topic today, I just want to say I do not feel that any councillor who chose to travel violated the Council Code of Conduct. There are currently no federal or provincial legislation or regulations that prevent traveling, provided everyone follows the COVID protocols. I indicated to your staff that I wanted to speak to all 3 complaints, and I think my biggest message is I just hope that each council member that chose to travel is treated with impartiality, because I note that There are members of council that did travel, albeit not internationally, but that did travel prior to Councillor Hughes traveling. And there was no question of code of conduct violations at those points in time. So I just want to say that the optics here and kind of what it looks like to the public is that this might be the fact that we're even having these hearings and we're talking about sanctions might be a little bit political, because as I said, there were council members that traveled prior to Councillor Hughes. And I will close my statements there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Do any councilors have any questions? I don't see any questions. We can move on to the next speaker, Amanda Gordon. Amanda, do I have to read the statement again, or were you here for the statement that I read prior to Jen speaking?
Councillor Watkins, she actually had to leave the meeting. She had another engagement, so she's not here.
Okay, so Amanda Gordon is not here. The next person on the list to speak is Rick, Pysyk. Sorry if I mispronounced your name. Is Rick here? Rick,
Yes.
Pysyk. Rick, did you hear the preamble that I stated before Jen spoke? I think you're muted.
Yes, I did.
Okay, so there's no need to repeat that. So you have 5 minutes. Feel free to start whenever you'd like.
I thank you, Council. And to reiterate Jan's comments, I appreciate the work that all the council members are doing. I don't agree that the travel that any of the members took was of detriment to the city or the council. I do have an issue with what reciprocated out of that when the mayor spoke to CTV and basically pointed out Councillor.
Okay, Mr. Rick, we're just talking about just as it relates to, is there a code of conduct violation on the travel issue? That's all that's all we're here to talk about today. Sorry, I had to interrupt you there.
Yeah, I appreciate your
yeah. If you have any comments on that, just on the code of conduct violations on the travel, international and locally and out of province. If you agree this violated the city's code of conduct.
Well, the smear that took place already can't be retracted. I see that it is more of a public attack, and there's little foundation based on the people that I've spoken to in the community, the people that have contacted me, and we just didn't see the material value in what had transpired to cause this level of investigation by the city, the time that's being consumed by the city in a minuscule malicious. Had there been misuse of funds or something else that related in travel, or bribery that related in travel, those are totally different. These were guidelines. I'm sure there were many other incidences with council members that had family or friends or something else over. I know people that we deal with went way outside of the guidelines, and these were guidelines. And I appreciate that had everybody been required in council to identify everything that they were doing along the way, we wouldn't be sitting here tonight. So I hope that this work and the outcome from it heals some of what's transpired, and that we end up with improved governance, and that something positive comes out of this, because to this point it's been nothing but negative. So that's going to close out my statement. I thank you.
Okay, Mr. Pysyk, thank you very much for those comments. Are there any questions of members of council of Mr. Pysyk? Okay, I don't see any. Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. You can probably go off the line and go back onto the YouTube channel and listen to the remaining rest of the meeting if you'd like.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next on the list to speak, we have Mr. Al Bohojchuk. Mr. Bohojchuk, did you hear the preamble about the speakers and the time you had, or did you like me to repeat that?
No, I'm fine. I understood it. It's a bit of a change from what I had anticipated speaking, so I'm going to try to cut out the things that you've identified that are not appropriate, but I will still take the opportunity to speak. And I wish to be on record as objecting unconditionally to any suggested or anticipated sanction against Councillor Hughes. And I'm only going to speak about Councillor Hughes's complaint. These global circumstances are without precedent. The rules surrounding COVID change daily and did not at the time declare that travel was prohibited. The planning and financial commitment for this trip would have occurred well before December's lockdown. Recommendations were identified by AHS and the Alberta government. There was no deceit. Councillor Hughes has maintained this family tradition for many years. She disclosed that travel was imminent. She participated in the required council duties while clearly depicting her location in real time. There is also no deceit or hypocrisy in the position Councillor Hughes has taken with respect to the consequences of COVID, specifically the hardships due to lockdown procedures. No one knows if the current approach is right, only history will tell. Meanwhile, we have precious few standing up for businesses and jobs which are disappearing off the St. Albert landscape. Hers has been a voice that many people appreciate. Phone in, or now Zoom, has been an acceptable manner of council participation for several years. Councillor Hughes did not miss any of her responsibilities. She is committed to ensuring all COVID protocols will be followed by herself and her family. No evidence exists to suggest otherwise. And Councillor Hughes has apologized to the citizens of St. Albert. Since there was no breach of a statutory regulation or Alberta Health Services rule, the only avenue for review of Councillor Hughes's actions are through the Code of Ethics. The whole issue then becomes one of subjectivity. There's only one possible breach of the code, that being 7C, which speaks to the conduct that promotes public confidence. If you wish to take the position that this was a poor decision, so be it. But it was nothing more, and there are not a multitude of other possible ethics infractions. The appropriate response on this issue is to hear it out. However, no sanction should be applied. The election in 9 months is the manner in which either Councillor Hughes and her family or the residents of St. Albert will determine the outcome of her decision and Councillor Hughes's political future. It's time to move on. The point has been made, and I expect that all similar complaints will be handled in exactly the same manner with the same expectations of punishment or sanction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bohojchuk. Is there any questions of Mr. Bohojchuk? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation. You can go on the Zoom call, and you can, the YouTube Live, and you can watch the rest of the meeting if you'd like.
Thank you.
Next, we have registered to speak Mr. Jerry Menag. Is Jerry on the line?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Mr. Menag, did you hear the preamble regarding this, the speakers, and that there's no denying the facts? Nobody's denying that they've gone and had some travel. We're just here to talk about the issues as it relates to the code of conduct in violation of that.
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, you have 5 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you. My remarks are changed somewhat from what I had intended to speak because of the terms of reference that you've just disclosed to us. I decided to speak today to address the issues of process, fairness, and balance. The Code of Conduct is a requirement of the Municipal Government Act. I believe it's meant to encourage harmony, a positive, supportive workplace for both elected representatives and city administration, and support for the decisions made by City Council. Regardless of the council decision today, Councillor Hughes' reputation and standing in the community have been diminished by people, particularly on social media. The comments do not reflect an appreciation for the significant contributions made by Councillor Hughes during her years of service to our community. I want to suggest to you that none of the complaints before you meet the test of being substantive All three of the complaints refer to sections of the Code of Conduct under the heading Statement of Principles and Values. That section provides context for the substantive areas of conduct which follow. They do not, in themselves, refer to any substantive item that is in the Code of Conduct. Nothing in the actions of the named members of council, and those that have not been named, but their travels have been named, nothing in those actions has been unethical. The complaints do not document violation of the substantive sections of the code. Again, all three complaints relate to non-essential travel outside of St. Albert. The differences include the distance traveled and the mode of transportation. The circumstance leads me to call on all people in St. Albert to exercise restraint and balance in any judging of our elected civic leaders. I urge my fellow citizens to consider the feelings and reputation, the family and the friends of the elected person. You might want to ask yourselves how well you know them and how well that they have served the community. I want to say that my concern is that justice must not only be done, it must be seen to be done. And I urge City Council again to consider the substance of the Code of Conduct and assure equal treatment and natural justice, because this is no longer just about the conduct of three, it's about the conduct of all of you participating in this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Manague. Are there any questions of Mr. Manague? I see none. Thank you very much. You can join the Zoom meeting, or sorry, the YouTube meeting live there and watch the rest of the meeting if you'd like.
Thank you again.
Thanks. The next speaker is Mr. Mike Killick.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Preamble, right, Mike? Did you hear the preamble, Mr. Killick? Yeah. Okay, thanks. Go ahead then. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm definitely going to have to modify my comments based on the guidance given by Councillor Watkins. You may recall that I was at Council back in mid-October when the Code of Conduct complaints were moved from being handled by an external ethics officer to being handled internally by the CLO and Council. At that time, one of the major concerns I expressed to Council was that it would be extremely difficult to manage reviews of your peers and fellow council members in a fair and unbiased way. Today, I understand from the reporting in the Gazette with details that there are 3 such complaints on the agenda. And I'll try and keep my comments on the first one, although it touches on all 3. I'd just like to quickly quote from the Code of Conduct that item section 7B, Council shall approach all decision-making with an open mind. I assume that this means on all of the related travel issues, and all 3 complaints have now been made public. My request of Council is that if you're biased by any of the media attention that's been on this or Facebook attention on this, that you would recuse yourself from making any judgments on these 3 cases, as there's been lots of public opinion on Facebook, in the newspaper, on CTV that could have easily biased you, and that if you do proceed, that you treat all aspects of each of the 3 cases equally, especially for any actions taken, but most importantly, how the results are communicated to the voters of St. Albert. It seems that having the public input after these complaints have been heard in camera is totally backwards. Public input should have been heard before in-camera debate. Hearing it now devalues and degrades the process into a sham kangaroo court. I urge Council to be fair, open-minded, and equal in treating all of these 3 cases. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Killick. Are there any questions of Mr. Killick? Okay, seeing none, you can join the YouTube live meeting and listen to the rest, Mr. Killick. Thank you very much for your presentation. The last person I have registered to speak here is Sandy Clark. And I know you've been on since the beginning, Sandy, so you have 5 minutes and you can start whenever you'd like.
Thank you. I'm here to provide my support for these 3 individuals accused of a breach of the Code of Conduct. I do not believe that any of these members have breached the Code of Conduct as they've been accused. Each of these members have brought balance, value, incredible contribution, and in some cases, differing perspectives to this council, which is the foundation of good governance. It saddens me to see them being subjected to conduct evaluations during this unprecedented time in our lives. While subjective, the definition of unnecessary travel is open to such immense interpretation, and in these times is open to such a span of discretionary meaning. What is necessary for me might not be necessary for someone else. Each of us is finding our way through this maze that is a pandemic. I don't believe that there is anyone that can say they haven't been affected by the pandemic. While decision-making is very clear and concise for most of us, most of the time, the rules and recommendations of AHS, the Canadian government, and the orders and directives that we have seen have not always been so clear. These 3 people have been part of an ongoing process over the last year to guide this community through the pandemic that would challenge any human being. The uncertainty of illness, hospitalization, and potential death from COVID-19 has brought with it a different level of commitment and dedication for this entire council. I commend each and every one of you. You certainly didn't sign on for the crisis we have in front of us, but each of you have risen to the challenge and should be commended. The ongoing pandemic has brought with it the challenges of each and every one of us and how we choose to handle those situations. Our resulting actions in relation to our own physical and mental health needs is such an individual decision, but more importantly, a necessity for balance and keeping one's sanity given the current crisis. I believe that none of the choices made to travel were unethical, and they were simply made to maintain and sustain, in part, probably your mental health. In these challenging times, know that I am supporting these individuals, not because I would have personally made the same choices, but knowing the finger pointing and judgmental statements are leading this, but knowing that finger pointing and judgmental statements are leading this city, our province, this country, and the world in a very anger-driven and destructive direction, which can only cause further harm. When finger pointing, be fully aware of the 3 fingers pointing back at you before you utter accusations. I am so disheartened that when the leaders of this great city asked its citizens to rise up to the pandemic challenge, to be kind, patient, and understanding with one another, that there are a few that would rather cause such great pain and anguish. I hope that this council finds its way to setting these unfounded allegations aside so that we can get on with governing this great city and start to treat each other with the calm, kind, patient respect and understanding that each and every one of us needs to sustain ourselves in these unprecedented times. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. Are there any questions of Sandy? I don't see any. Okay, thank you very much, Sandy. You can join the YouTube live meeting, and we'll see what happens next on the deliberation here, because I think that is the end of all the speakers. Is there anyone else? Do we have anybody else registered who wanted to speak? I don't have a list. I've gone through the list that I had. Is there anybody else online who we've missed? Okay,
No, there's not.
Okay, there's not. Okay, Mr. LaFleur, do you have something to say?
No, I have nothing to add at this point. I think in terms of the process, we've done what we said we would do in the council report. We have heard from all members of the public. So, Mr. Chair, I would invite you to ask if any member of council would wish to make a motion.
Okay, I will ask that question. Is there any member of council that wishes to make a motion? Councillor Broadhead.
So,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Watkins,
Oh,
if there's,
Councillor Hughes has a question first, or?
no, if there's going to be a motion, I need to recuse myself. So, and I will read exactly what was suggested to be legally, which is that I need to withdraw from the debate or voting of this, any motions. And because it's contrary to natural justice principles for anyone to sit as a decider in their own case. And because depending on the outcome of the vote, I could be monetarily affected and therefore I may have a pecuniary interest as defined by the MGA. So I will sign out, and when it's done, if someone wants to text me or something and I can sign back in. Thank you, Kevin.
Okay, thank you. There's a lot of people on the call. Can you just read that once more quickly, that statement, because maybe some people weren't aware. Sorry, and I didn't acknowledge you first. So this is Councillor speaking.
Okay, so I'm going to withdraw from the debate and voting because it is contrary to natural justice for anyone to decide their own case. And because depending on the outcome of the vote, I may have a pecuniary interest, and that would be as defined by the MGA. So I'm just going to sign up and talk to you soon. Bye.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. Okay, Councillor Hughes is now signed out, and we are in a public meeting still, and the motion is, there's going to be a motion made by Councillor Broadhead. Councillor Broadhead, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and the rest of council and those who are online. Let me read the motion. There's a number of whereases here that describe why we arrived at, why this motion was arrived at. So let me read it in its entirety. Whereas a formal complaint under the Council Code of Conduct bylaw has been received, alleging that Councillor Hughes contravened sections 7C and 7D of the said bylaw by traveling out of Canada during the holiday period of late December 2020 and early January 2021 at a time when recommendations of health authorities discourage such travel without prohibiting it. And whereas Councillor Hughes has acknowledged traveling out of Canada at that time, but has not acknowledged that her travel is in contravention of the Code of Conduct. And whereas councillors have heard from many members of the St. Albert community who have suffered from illness, loss of loved ones and friends, economic and mental hardship, and distress as a result of both the COVID-19 pandemic itself and the responses to the pandemic of various levels of government. And whereas Councillor Hughes wish to acknowledge that they understand and share the anger. Sorry, let me read that again. And whereas councillors wish to acknowledge that they understand and share the anger and frustration that comes from being unable to control or influence the effects of the virus or live their lives in a normal fashion under the various restrictions that have been imposed through the orders and guidelines from the senior levels of government. And whereas councillors also acknowledge that they have a duty to look very closely at both the letter and the spirit and intent of the Council Code of Conduct and determine whether the conduct complained of is actually a contravention of the code, regardless of what any person's subjective opinion of it might be. And whereas council is of the opinion that the acknowledged travel activities of Councillor Hughes do not in fact constitute a contravention of the Code of Conduct bylaw, because this is not conduct that negatively impacts the integrity of the city or the high standards of ethical conduct that the public expects of its elected or representative, which is a standard set out in the code itself. Now therefore, be it resolved that the aforesaid formal complaint against Councillor Hughes is hereby dismissed.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Do you have some opening comments there, Councillor Broadhead?
I do. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I must say that this has been a journey of heartache for many. And council has wrestled deeply with the various implications of this complaint. And we want to acknowledge that within our community, there are very strongly held opinions on where council should go on this. And therein lies the challenge before council. The challenge really is in understanding that a subjective standard for behavior in circumstances is for one person this standard and for another person this standard. So council, in the midst of that, has to understand what is in fact the intent and the legalities of the code of conduct and how it applies within the circumstances that are before us. This does not diminish in any sense our understanding and our heartache for those within our communities that have been hurt by the pandemic and have suffered egregious loss. But we also need to understand that within our community, there are those who respond to how to manage the stressors and grievances caused by our community, handle it differently. It is often said that elected officials have to abide by a higher standard and lead by their very actions the community in which we are called to serve, and that what we do must reflect what we say. It is not good enough just to say, do as I say. We have to let our lives demonstrate our commitment before our voices actually echo the words. The reality here is, though, that Councillor Hughes chose to travel. For some, this is an egregious failure. For others, it is not in any sense. So council needs to understand whether the code of conduct actually speaks to this. And in fact, it says that the spirit and the intent of the law of our code of conduct is to make sure that we all work within the best interests of the community. And Councillor Hughes, over the course of her term of office, has done so and has done so well. Councillor Hughes, over the last little while, has had to read statements about her that, and I have not read all of them, but quite honestly, she has had to read statements that I would not wish on anyone. People within our community get caught up in their hurt, caught up in their pain, and they use language that is not right in any sense to be leveled against another human being. So in that case, if people want some punishment on Councillor Hughes, be understood that she has felt it. None of that says that she actually contravened the code of conduct. And so my motion before you is that the actual formal complaint against Councillor Hughes should be dismissed based on all of the whereases that have been put together for our consideration. And to those members of the community who came and spoke to us tonight, I want to thank you. Your statements were cogent, they were respectful, and they were full of understanding about what the community expects, but also what the community expects of our elected officials. And to that end, you have led us as councillors well in your statements as well. So those are my opening statements, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brodhead. I guess if there aren't any questions of the motion, we'll consider that accepted and we can enter into debate after those opening comments by Councillor Brodhead. Is there anyone else who'd like to enter into debate? Are any questions or changes about the amendment? Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. I could never be as eloquent as Councillor Brodhead, but I'd like to echo some of his comments in that, and this is coming as someone who it could be said has an opposite view on pandemic response as Councillor Hughes. This is not a violation of our code of conduct. One of the reasons I love municipal politics so much is there is room for diverse points of views, for for dialogue that really we don't see in levels of government that are steeped in partisan rhetoric. And we're so fortunate for that. You know, my personal beliefs have a place on this council, as do Councillor Hughes, and that does not mean that one of us is in violation of a code of conduct. So thank you, Councillor Broadhead, for your words, because you've reflected that, I think, better than I can. I also wanted to add, and this is where I get really angry, to those who have sent horrible, vulgar, threatening messages to Councillor Hughes and her family. How dare you? Our community is better than that. And you know what? None of us sign up for that kind of abuse, and it is unacceptable for that to be happening to anyone, regardless of whether they're an elected official or not. You know, and I would add that the same could be said of Mayor Herron. We get our comments cut and pasted in the media, and they sometimes are framed in a way that does not represent what we said, and the grief that Mayor Herron, you've dealt this last few weeks has also been just completely unacceptable. So I would just add that, that's all I have to say on this matter. Thank you again to Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Councillor Jolly. Anyone else? Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I just want to add a bit of a personal note. You're right, Councillor Jolly. Wes is an amazing orator, and he did a very good job of articulating the conversation that we spent probably an hour and a half on in camera. I gotta say, I'm tired of this perception that Councillor Hughes and I are in opposite political parties. It is so not true. Her and I have worked really hard to establish a very good working relationship. We heard in the last election that the public would not put up with dissent and personal attacks among their councillors, and that the decent debate and the informed open minds of colleagues that I've witnessed over the last 3 years is every mayor's dream. And I thank all of you, but especially Councillor Hughes too, because we had some hurdles to overcome. Her and I talked on the phone while this was, coming out into the public, and we talked about her options. And I told her if she chose to resign, it would be a loss for this council. I don't think people realize how hard and what a key factor she was in our annexation negotiations. She was fantastic. She adds a lot to this council. And if she had chosen to resign, I was going to be very public in saying that it was a loss. And so I want to say it now. Whether or not we agree with decisions made by any one of the 7 of us, that is something is left up to the polls in October. And we were all asked to make sacrifices, and I believe we all made sacrifices in our own way. But what this council has been forced to discuss in the last 90 minutes is the fine line and the big difference between personal choice and a breach of a code of conduct and ethics. And the common thread that has been over the last 3 years is this council is working well together, and I'm hoping by the vote that is coming up, I'm hoping it's unanimous, and to show that we are standing together. So let's put some of this pain behind us. This community, before Travelgate even hit, is hurting. We need avenues to express our frustration, to express our fears, but that avenue should not be behind a keyboard on social media or sending those vulgar messages to any one of the members of council. And I will defend all of you as long as I can. That's all I have.
Anyone else? I have some comments. this was like I said, this is a very difficult day to listen to this and to hear all these things, and COVID and travel has just really wrecked everybody's life. I gotta say that 100%. Am I disappointed in her decision to travel? Yes. Did it violate the code of conduct? Absolutely not. Do I understand why people got really mad about it? Yes, I do. Because a lot of people were losing their jobs and weren't working, and didn't want to travel, and didn't see loved ones because they were trying to protect their community and they thought it was the right thing to do. There were a lot of people who felt that way. And so a lot of people got really angry that somebody could, in their opinion, go to Mexico and have a vacation while this was raging on. Do I agree with that? Like I said, I don't personally agree with going on vacation while this was happening. I'm trying to stay home. I made sacrifices, but it is definitely not a violation of the code of conduct. Did it violate some people's trust, or did people lose confidence in Councillor Hughes? Yes, maybe so. Maybe some did. But it didn't violate the code of conduct. Councillor Hughes has done a great job as a councillor. She works hard. Do I agree with her? Probably not on a lot of things. A lot of things I do agree with her on, but she's done a great job. I have to echo the comments of my previous councillors who said that the way that people talked about it on social media and the things they said was appalling. And as a community and as citizens, we should be ashamed of ourselves to say things like that. And not only say things like that, but to hide behind social media and say things like that. To hide and say things like that is even worse. And now is a time really we need, as other people said, to heal. And so I support this. I support moving beyond this. Like I said, do I agree with it? No. Do I see why people are mad? Yes. A lot of people made a lot of sacrifices. There's people dying. Do I think Councillor Hughes totally understands why people are angry? Not really, in some ways. But I think she does understand a lot of it. But I think she doesn't really understand why people got so angry. But people shouldn't, like I said, once again, I'm rambling, but people shouldn't get so angry. It was horrible the things people said in social media. But I'm going to support this. It's time to move on as a community. We need to get healing, and we need to get moving forward. Councillor Brotto, Councillor Mackay has some comments.
Yeah, I just think it's really important to come out in strong support for this. I want to add my voice to all the other comments. Certainly, I don't think I need to say anything more than already be said, but I think it's important to go on record to say how strongly I support this motion. So I certainly can't add anything further to Councillor Broadhead, Councillor Natalie, Mayor Herron, and Deputy Mayor Watkins, and Councillor Hanson. This is an amazing council to work on. We all bring different perspectives. People don't care if you're carrying the garbage out in your right or your left hand. They really, really, I think it's really important to know that we work together and that we all make decisions and we make them on the way where we're coming from. And so I just want to make sure that everybody knows how you strongly support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay. Councillor Hanson.
Everything has been said, but this has been obviously a difficult time. There's so many interpretations of so many regulations, restrictions, etc. And pandemic has surged and then it's flattened and surged. It's very difficult to navigate this pandemic just in terms of the devastation on the community. But I'd have to just echo what my fellow councillors have said in that, we do work well together and we do appreciate the diversity on this council. And when one person hurts, we all hurt. And we need to put this behind us. And as Deputy Mayor Watkins says, it's time to move forward, because if we prolong this, it's going to ruin the work ahead of us. And we've still got work to do before the end of the term. And it's time to buckle down and get down to the real work of the business and respect one another with care and compassion.
Thank you, Councillor Hanson. I think just before Councillor Broadhead closes, I actually just wanted to say one more thing, in that, there's been a lot of discussion about the use of the code of ethics or code of conduct and it being used as a political tool. And we're coming into an election year here, and we hope that this is a tool to keep people at a high level, and a code of conduct at a high level. It's not to be used as a political tool for somebody to try to fire it against somebody's a political opponent or somebody they want to support or don't want to support. So it should be noted that none of these were brought up by members of council. It's the public. So let's just, as a public, let's just look at this thing and see what it's for and use it with caution, and not use it as a tool or a weapon of politics, but as a tool to help do a better job as a councillor and to run our community better. Councillor Broadhead to close, please.
Well said, everybody. I certainly don't have anything to add further, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
We'll call for the vote. Those in favor of the motion as presented? That is unanimous, and that is carried. So we are now on to item 15.2, the second code of conduct inquiry.
I just texted Sheena to let her know to log back in. We probably should wait for her.
Okay, let's wait. We'll wait for Councillor Hughes to log back in.
Chair Watkins, can I just say something quickly before we go on to the next one, just so we can wrap this up?
Is everybody here? Somebody said they were going off for a second. I think everybody's here. Yeah, okay.
I just wanted to reiterate what I had said before to the public, which is that the intention of my actions, Chair Watkins, can I just say something quickly? Before we go on to the next one,
I'm not too sure if this is quite appropriate. I think that the issue's been dealt with and we've had a vote on it, and I don't really think there's an issue here to say. If you want to say anything, I think you should probably separate statement. However, we did vote and the decision has been made.
Okay.
Okay, we'll move on to item 15.2. Talk about this item.
Point of order. Can we get clarity from our ledge officer on that, Deputy Mayor Watkins? I want to make sure that we have some clarity. I mean, if Councillor Hughes wants to have an opportunity to speak, I think we're living in extraordinary times here. And
okay, well, let's not have a speech about it now. Let's just ask Ledge Service if it's appropriate, because we did have a motion.
Yeah, well, that's I'm just trying to explain my. I'm trying to explain my.
Specifically speak about that item in question. So
I'm just trying to have I'm just trying to explain my point of order is all. So, Mr. Lafleur, if I could ask if that's appropriate right now, I want to make sure.
It's highly unusual to see.
Sorry, Ray, you're still You're muted, Dave.
Okay, can everyone hear me? The chair has made a ruling. I guess technically by the procedure bylaw, anyone could challenge the ruling of the chair. I would say though that I don't know what Councillor Hughes is about to say. If she were to say, for example, I would like to, on a point of privilege, make a statement, that would be appropriate. Okay, so that would be a better way to introduce it. A point of order means following the rules of the procedure bylaw. This is more than that. This is a point of personal privilege, and she could, if she were to introduce it that way, I think it would be unobjectionable. And I think Councillor Hughes would be aware that it would be hopefully, you know, a brief statement.
Okay, any other comments on that? Okay, proceed, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. I just want to be brief, but I wanted to acknowledge that these actions were never meant to minimize what has gone on in this community. Every single person has suffered. Every single person has taken sacrifices. Whether you are employed or unemployed, a business owner, everybody has had such a toll in this community. It's continued onward. You know, people have not been able to see their loved ones. I share in that. We've had grads canceled. We've had inability to see our parents as well. And I understand that this pain has been real for everyone. And the uncertainty of when it's going to end is also really painful. So I wanted to acknowledge that these actions were not meant to minimize what everyone has gone through. And I have shared through this. And I've also felt the pain since. So, and I also would like to say that I want to thank this council for recognizing that we just need to move forward. And I don't want to have this define this council. We have done so much to try to improve our community the past 3 years. There have been so many achievements that we have seen, even as of today, with the motions to move forward to get the servicing done. And we continue to move forward in a positive direction. So I asked to have this brought forward now so that this would no longer be something that we have to have moving forward for our council, and that we can get back to doing the job of what we're meant to do, which is to try to improve our community in whatever situation we happen to be in. And I believe that this council has done that to date. So I wanted to just acknowledge this and let you know I was never intending to minimize sacrifices. This was never meant to undermine anything that anyone had to do. And I understand the pain that everyone has been feeling. And I also share that pain. That is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. Okay, we can move on to 15.2 now. 15.2 is the second Code of Conduct contravention, and item 15.2 and INC-21-001.
Just for clarification, if I may, Mr. Chair, this one relates to the Code of Conduct complaint for interprovincial travel. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there anyone willing to entertain a motion? Councillor Jolly.
I would move that the complaint is dismissed.
Any opening comments?
Wes.
You don't have to make any opening comments if you don't want to make any opening comments.
No, I might add closing comments, but I'll leave it at that for now.
Anyone? Me too. Anyone wishing to make any comments? Councillor Broadhead, and followed by Councillor Hanson and Madam Mayor.
I think if we go in camera, I need to, if we're going to debate this, I need to withdraw.
I think we need to do point of order, Councillor Watkins. I think we've process-wise is a conversation about whether we're going in camera or not. And I do believe Councillor Hanson has that right if she wants to adjust this in camera. So if she wants to waive that, that's fine, but I think we need to allow that.
Councillor Hanson, is there anybody who'd like to make a motion to go into camera to discuss this?
Well, we can make the motion to go into camera, but we're dealing with the interprovincial travel, correct? Just to be correct?
Correct.
We're not
correct.
Correct. Okay. All right. I mean, I'll make the motion. I can make the motion to go into camera, and then we can vote on that. That council move in camera to have a confidential dialogue in accordance with the provisions of, I think I'm on the wrong one. I apologize. Sorry, Tamara.
So if may I interject for just a moment here?
Yeah, you
Thank
bet.
you so far.
The provision for going in camera, and I did check this, that's a provision that's clearly intended for the benefit of the accused council member. If that council member publicly now declares that this is my complaint and I wish to waive my right to go in camera, they can do that. Then a motion to go in camera becomes unnecessary. Oh, I hear.
Councillor Hanson.
Thank you. And I would waive that. I don't think it's necessary to go in camera. Any remarks that I had made up that I would have addressed council with, I could address public with anyway during an opportunity to speak. But if there's no going into camera and you move straight to debate, I will just simply recuse myself.
Okay, so motion, there's the motion, sorry. The motion is by Councillor Jolly to dismiss it. And she didn't have any opening comments. And so I guess if we're going to go into debate, we'll ask Councillor Hanson to recuse herself from the discussion, and then we'll have some debate and a vote. Is that correct, Mr. Lafleur?
Correct. I believe Councillor Hanson actually has some wording ready.
Yes, I think I better stick to process. And so that I will withdraw from debate and voting, withdraw from debate and voting is contrary to natural justice principles and may have pecuniary interest, which may affect financial hardship depending on the outcome of the vote in accordance with the MGA. So with that, I will recuse myself and let debate carry on. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hanson. Sorry, this is awkward. Do you want to turn off your camera? Thank you. Okay, we can start debate. Does anybody want to enter into debate? Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And thank you, Councillor Jolly, for putting the motion on the floor. I certainly don't have anything more to add. I think the conversation and the debate that we had in relation to Councillor Hughes's complaint stands just as well here. The question around the differences between one or the other are really moot at this point in time, because we've decided that the code of conduct does not speak to personal decisions around this kind of thing. Mm-hmm. And so I believe that the decision and the debate and the decision process that we went through applies to all three. And so from my perspective, I have nothing more to add beyond what I said for Councillor Hughes's motion.
Anyone else have any comments? Debate? Okay, seeing none. Councillor Jolly to close.
I'll just make a quick comment, and this is really echoing Councillor Watkins' comments from earlier about how the code of conduct is not meant to be used as a weapon, and that's really what it feels like in this case. I don't think I've received any emails about this saying that there was an issue. This appears to be done in response to the previous code of conduct complaint. And, you know, certainly like Councillor Broadhead says, I mean, none of them, you know, see that these are conflicts having to do with these particular sections of the code of conduct. But at the same time, think of how many hours we've spent dealing with this. How many dollars have been spent from our lawyers giving us advice, our CAO having to read through emails. And this is not a good use of our time. That's all I have.
Anyone else? Okay, I don't see anything else. Call for the vote. Those in favor? That is unanimous. We're on to item 15.3, which is the...
we better let Jackie get back.
I just texted her.
Jackie, get back in. Now, interprovincial travel. It's gone from international to out of province to in province. Next one is around St. Albert. Sorry.
She probably thought she had more time and went and grabbed some supper.
Yeah, well, did you text her? Somebody text her?
I did, yeah.
5-minute break, or do we?
She got a K, I got a K, so she's probably coming back right now.
Okay. I'm so hungry. I know I wasn't muted on that, but that was your statement. Oh, there's Councillor Hanson. Okay, we can now start item 15.3. Councillor Code of Conduct complaint regarding interprovincial travel. Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, you have the floor.
Couple things, Councillor Watkins. If there's any question about going in camera, I will as well waive that privilege. I believe that this conversation should be in the public eye, so I'm fine with that. And process-wise, Ray, I didn't formally dispute my conduct complaint, but there was many inaccuracies, and at some point I would be like to be provided the opportunity to adjust those inaccuracies. Whether it's before any motions or after any motions, it's up to you.
Okay, all right. Okay. Why don't you speak your piece right now? Address your concerns before we make any motion.
Thank you. It's real quick. I honestly, when I read my code of conduct complaint, there was two pieces that I could have disputed. Legal advice. As soon as I had disputed those facts, I would have had to trigger an investigation, and I honestly did not want to drag this out or cost the St. Albert taxpayers any more dollars. So I want to say that in my code of conduct, it was alleged, or there was a statement that on or about March 13, 2020, the Government of Canada published a COVID-19 travel advisory that expressly advised all Canadians to not partake in non-essential travel. That is an inaccurate statement. The March 13th advisory from Honorable Francois Philippe Champagne said that has issued an official global travel advisory on non-essential travel abroad. So whoever filed this complaint against me deliberately left out the word abroad. The second part of my complaint was it said that I went to Kenmore and visited with friends, and that is wholly an inaccurate statement. My spouse and I drove in our private vehicle from here to Canmore. We stayed in accommodations that had a kitchen so we could cook our own meals, which we did. And when we left the accommodations, it was to go hiking along the Bow River. I saw and socialized with 0 people other than my spouse on that trip. So I don't know where this complainant got their facts, but they're completely inaccurate, and I wanted to set that record straight. And that's really all I had to say.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. Is it appropriate if there's questions of Madam Mayor now, Mr. LaFleur, on that statement, regarding that statement?
Actually, it would be, I don't think so. And the reason why is because she chose not to formally dispute it. She's made a clarification, but she's not disputing the facts, right? If we start getting into a dispute, we may have to adjourn and call in an investigator, which is exactly what the mayor does not want. So I think it would be better that we just leave it at that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. LaFleur. And I believe Madam Mayor has a statement.
That was it.
Okay, so is there a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Councillor Mackay?
Yeah, I make the motion to dismiss the complaint of inter-provincial travel.
Okay.
So
Madam
before we
Carey,
debate, I will do the same, read the same statement in, Mr. Chair. I'm going to withdraw from debate or voting on this motion. I have two reasons. First, because it is contrary to natural justice principles for anyone to sit as the decider of their own case. And second, because depending on the outcome of the vote, I may be monetarily affected and therefore I may have pecuniary interests as defined in the Municipal Government Act. Therefore, I now sign out of this Zoom meeting and would respectfully request that I be informed when this motion and any other motions dealing with a code of conduct complaint against me are finally dealt with so that I can rejoin the meeting. So somebody text me when you guys are done.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
We'll text you around 9.
Minutes.
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay, so we have the motion on the floor that it be dismissed. Councillor Mackay, do you want some opening comments?
No, I don't think we'll be very lengthy because we obviously had many of the similar arguments presented in the last two. I mean, has been stated by yourself and Councillor Jolly, I think that this complaint was retaliatory. It certainly wasn't made in good faith. And to some point was vexatious. So, I mean, I will argue that had we still had an integrity commissioner, this wouldn't even have made the light of day. It would have been dismissed then and there. So that's my opening comments.
Anyone want to enter into debate? I just want to say that, I think we, you could see that there were, like I said, once again, there were a lot of people really angry about travel. And then it kind of got used as a weapon here, like I said, politically. So I think as councillors, we really have to, I know it's hard, coming from me, the guy who dropped the F-bomb in the meeting, but we have to really hold ourselves to a higher level. And whether it's legally right or wrong, we have to really look, is it ethically and morally and true in our heart that we should be violating some of these things or driving around, even if they are just recommendations or guidelines, and even if it's not really hurting anybody, and even if we do think it's safe. It's really about perception, and it's about trying to be a team player and a community player. And so, I think, like I say, we have to put this behind us, and it's sad to see that the vexatious manner in which the other two were launched, they were obviously just retaliatory, and it kind of saddens me that even kind of happened. So those are my comments. Councillor Mackay or Councillor Hughes?
Thank you. I wanted to acknowledge the challenge that Mayor Herron has gone through since all of this came about in the past few weeks. I think that people often don't recognize politicians as people that have lives and feelings and challenges as well. And I just wanted to acknowledge that Mayor Herron's been through a lot as well. Both from this complaint and just dealing with what she's had to deal with in the past month as a result, and people willing to throw mud on as many people as possible, especially the mayor, from what happened with me. So I just want to acknowledge the challenges that she's also had to go through, and Councillor Hanson as well. I mean, I realize that yours was more recent, and but it's been a challenge for all three of us. And I just wanted to acknowledge that, when these type of things come about, it's not without consequence to the people that were involved. And it does have an impact on everyone, but it certainly has also had an impact on the mayor. And while she is the mayor, she's actually not a superhero. And I think we need to acknowledge that we need to treat everybody, including the head of our city, with kindness as we move forward on this. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Mackay to close.
I don't have anything other than close, other than Councillor Hughes, thank you for your comments. And I think I've seen a cape in the hall closet, so I do think she's a superhero. But anyways, thank you for your comments, and I appreciate the opportunity to close. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mackay. Before I call for the vote, let's get all this behind us. Those in favor? That is unanimous. That is carried. Call Madam Mayor back, and I'll more than gladly give her back the chair. quickly as she gets back in the room.
It's hot. The globe behind you looks like it's even spinning still.
This globe is so old. It's an antique. It's got the Belgian Congo on there, and it has Russia, the USSR.
And it's round.
Definitely.
Upper and Lower Canada.
I know we're live, but
you're live, Dave.
Madam Mayor, the chair is yours.
Thank you. Well done, Councillor Watkins. Probably one of the most difficult pieces of chairing ever on this term. So you did a good job. And I got to let you guys know, I did watch on YouTube, and there is no cape in my closet, Councillor Mackay, because I don't think Deadpool wears a cape.
Or it's a sheet then or something. I don't know. Maybe a blanket.
All right. You know what? It's been a long night, everyone. Before we move on, I just want to thank all of you for, it has been 3 hours now. We went into camera about 3 o'clock this afternoon. Good conversation, balanced, emotional at times, and I appreciate everyone's feedback, and I hope the community heard what we were trying to say, and I hope we can move past this. In the next 9 months, we have a lot of work to do. We have conversations about recreation, we have servicing conversations, we have hopefully an annexation to get approved. We have recreation negotiations with the county. We have a lot of work ahead of us. So let's put this behind us and move forward in the same way that we have conducted ourselves this whole 3 years, which is approaching every decision with an open mind and well-informed, listening to the public, listening to our hearts. And I think that's the best way we can govern. So the only other thing I would add, and it's been said a few times, is this code of conduct is in place because we are required to by the MGA. There may be some learnings, and Mr. LaFleur can hopefully get a good night's sleep tonight, but maybe in the future, see if there's anything we need to tweak, because it's never perfect. Code of conducts cannot foresee every possible situation, but at the same time, this code of conduct cannot and will not be used by our public in the next 9 months to try to sling mud or diminish the integrity of the 7 members of this council. I think we all can see when that is happening, and we will not allow it. So appreciate honestly that perspective from everyone on this council. So the next thing on our agenda, Mr. Scoble's been hanging out for 3 hours, still in the parking lot, and it's -20. He has already told me that he has no reason to go on camera. And so if any member of council would like to go on camera to talk to Kevin, we can. Because of the odd January month, we are kind of a week later in our schedule. So we actually have a council meeting next week. So if you want, we can wait and have our in-camera discussion with Kevin next week as well. So does anyone have a reason to go on camera with Kevin? Okay, so we're going to skip over that agenda item. Mr. Scoble, you can sign off. And what about the last agenda item is our council dialogue. Do we want to go on camera and have a group hug? Yeah.
Talked to council enough today.
Okay. All right, no motion to go on camera then for a council dialogue. So I'm declaring this meeting adjourned at 6:19 p.m.
Good night, everyone.
Night.